Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube. Let's get into it. Okay, we got the 5MA at 36.94. Let's see what happens when we if we make contact with this 5MA. It might be around the bottom of the lick box here. Excuse me. We want to see if by the time the price, we want to see if the price and the bottom of the lick box line up. Now we want to look for a clean, what is that? What is that? We want to look for something clean like this. There's probably not a lot to do in between this level right here. What is this? 30, like 39? There's probably not a lot to do between 39 and the 5. If we can BRR underneath this, we'll look for that. For any calls, we want to look to be above, what up, streams? Oh, steams. Man, I've been saying streams. It's steams. My bad. I've been saying streams. I'm old. I can't read. We're going to look for calls somewhere above 39.62. So for calls somewhere, somewhere like this, right? We want to look for this for calls. Steams RSM. Please explain that screen tag. I like to hear origin stories. All right, before we get started, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risks. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and their affiliate companies are not liable for any losses inflicted in relation to its content. And then go to lastbuytrading.com so I can get you sorted. There's probably not a lot to do in here. Let's let them build up the liquidity. If we keep bouncing around in here for a little bit, that would be optimal. Because the longer they bounce in here, that's just more dry powder. That's more dry powder. So when it sets off, then, you know, boom or boom, whichever way. I had a member yesterday make a comment that in the afternoon, he's noticing it's a little bit easier. Okay? So that's the member over time understanding how the market breathes. Understanding that there's probably only 3 plays in a day, right? You have your morning, and which is why I always tell you all, if we miss the opening drive, don't FOMO. Just wait for the setup. The opening drive, obviously, the morning drive, right? Sometimes it shoots up in a direction or shoots down, or shoots in whichever direction, and then we feel like, damn, we missed it. You can't feel like that. Because first we need data before we make a move. That's number one. We need the data before we make a move. Or else you're just trying to catch a falling knife. So that's the member showing growth. Because this takes time. And over time, it's going to get easier and easier. All right, let's see if we're going to hit this 5. Let's see if we're going to hit this 5. All right, here. We reach bottom of the lick box. Bottom of the lick box is, damn, a little bit more. Maybe 36.67. Let's see if 67. I'm being a little too precise. Oh, okay. This line right here. I already have it. 36.64. So we need to see if we're going to grab liquidity off the 5, right? Remember, every time you see this is liquidity building. And then we need to see which way it's going to fade. Same thing up here. So we want to know if we're going to bounce off here, go up here, and then we need to build liquidity up here before we fade to the upside, or if we just fade like that, right? So just wait for it to happen. And if it doesn't happen, then there's no trade for us. No big deal. We save our money. We save our money. Is there feedback from my mic? What about now? Is that better? Cause is that better? Testing. Okay, I turned down the gain a little bit. I think I ran into it by accident. My bad. All right, so from here, we need to see which play has the most likely outcome, right? Because it's all based off probabilities. So we want to see if we're going to start to do, if we're going to grab some liquidity off here and then do this, or if we're going to continue like this. So just be patient here. This is the liquidity grab. We know it, right? We know it because it's the 5. The 5 has a lot of liquidity on it. If we get above 37.64, we got to start to look the other way. Now, ideally, we like to be above whatever this is up here, right? This would be ideal, somewhere up here, because this is only going to confirm we're still in chop. So we'll draw a little imaginary line in the sand right here. What did I say, 64? Little imaginary line in the sand. Very similar to what happened yesterday, where I think it touched the 5, rejected it just a bit, and then broke through on the second attempt. We'll see. All right, to any members using the break, retest, and reject of the lick box, protect this trade. Very similar to yesterday, right? Very similar to yesterday. So to explain to everyone what's happening on the 5, because you may not understand, like, oh, but you have this path right here. This path is only valid if this happens. And then we're going to look for an entry. Look, I even have an arrow here. So just because I have the path drawn, it doesn't mean that that's going to happen. A certain thing needs to happen, right? This is always a if, then statement. If this happens, then we're going to look for our entry here, which is why I drew a specific arrow pointing to it, right? And then to the downside, I said early this morning, look for a break, a retest, and a reject of this lick box. And remember, I was even trying to line up if the 5 is going to be on the bottom of the lick box. So if you did all that and you protected your trade, you're fine. Now you need to follow whatever exit strategy you're comfortable with. Whichever one you're comfortable with, this is the one you need to follow. If you took profit already, you can't feel FOMO about if it just continues down. You can't feel FOMO about that. You made an executive decision. %, Jimmy James, good job. Early in the morning. 97%, there we go. Jimmy James is making those 3 figures regular. That's what I'm talking about. Here, let's do a screen share real quick just so everyone else. Real life. Bam. Early in the morning. Let's get back to it. But again, if you're watching, this takes time. This isn't a get rich quick scheme, because me and Jimmy James have definitely had heart to hearts, right? We've had heart to hearts where we needed to talk about it. All right, he's stuck to the plan. He just let whatever needs to happen. Take your profit when you see it. It's not a get rich quick scheme. It's gonna take you time. So Cruz, build the account little by little. You need to give yourself time to get used to the way the market breathes. So don't feel bad about that. This is gonna take time. Feel good about the future, right? This is all, you're collecting data for your business. That's how you have to view this. You're just collecting data for your business. All right, let's see what they want to do at 36.64. This level right here. Let's see what they want to do. So if you're waiting for the retest and the rejection, wait for it. And if you're waiting for a call scenario, then now we need to see if they're going to grab liquidity off of this and then probably somewhere above this. So now if you're waiting for calls, you got to be patient. If you're waiting for the put, wait until you see a little bit of, what do you call it? Wait for some confluence, number one. We got to have more than one thing telling us to take a trade, right? So look, below the water. We're above the water here, but maybe starting our bear cycle. So it looks like 35.47. Is that it? Yeah, 35.47 is going to be heavy support. So a break and retest underneath 35.47 is probably what you want to look for. Which is right here. Exactly on this where they rejected right here. So I'm going to put low a day. I'm going to highlight it so we know it's low a day. Now, if you're looking for a quote unquote safety, we got to be above this for calls. Okay. Quote unquote safety, we got to be below this for puts. 35.48 for puts and above 38. This is a wide range. So if you're not comfortable with this, or if you can't wait, then this ain't for you. That's quote unquote safety. If you're going to play it, if you're going to play the game a little bit, maybe 37.74 for calls on a break and retest. So if you didn't take any trades yet, you can't feel bad about that, because number one, good. Because the opening drive is the least amount of data we're going to get. The opening drive, obviously, is the least amount of data we're going to get. So if you didn't take any trades, there's nothing wrong with that. We need to stop having this impression that, oh man, look, that left without me, I missed. You feel like you're missing out on something because you didn't take a trade. That's not how this works. It doesn't work like that. Wait for the data. And if you're waiting for your proper setup, then wait for the setup. And then once it does happen, then let it run a little, at least let it run. Use one of the exit strategies. And I recommend you take profit when you see it until you figure out what exit strategy you're comfortable with. So at the 5, there's probably not a lot to do. There's probably not a lot to do. I'm just going to slide everything over. Nothing's changed. I'm just sliding it over. Look, this is me taking a guess here, okay? I'm just guessing, so we don't know if this is going to be a thing. This is me taking a guess. I'm telling you right now, I'm just guessing. Take the 15%, Chenko, because it's not gonna be easy today. It's not gonna be easy today. Damn, I was just talking on mute. Okay. Um, the question was, what information do I have for a certain resistance? I don't have any information. You don't. All I do is, I had this 3774 here, and I was like, oh, that's probably it. So there's no, we're this is live. We're doing this together. And I'm telling you, I'm guessing, right? I'm telling you that I don't know that this purple's a thing. Everything is a guess right now. We need to get some confirmation. We don't have any confirmations. We had a down. We don't know if we have an up yet though. So everything's a guess. I don't know. We're figuring it out though. I don't have any information you don't have right in front of you. It's all the same. If I were to give you like an answer, it'd be a lie. Because I don't know. I'm just, we have to throw out theories, and then eventually one of them's gonna stick, and then we'll know. Like, oh, okay, that's the one. But to answer your question, I think you're asking why did I draw it here. It's because I have 3774 highlighted. Other than that, there's nothing to tell me otherwise. Just be patient. Let it play out. Let it be obvious. It'll be obvious. Just let it be obvious. So you see they're building it, right? They're building it right here. They're building it right here. You don't need to think. You can see it happening. They're building the liquidity right here. You don't need to think too hard. Now I know at this point you're saying, well, I'd rather figure out what they're going to do now so I don't have to deal with any drawdown. You're going to see red candles. That's not a thing, okay? You're going to see red candles no matter what direction. You're going to see red candles. You have to watch out for the 5 right here. Because remember, every area is, every flexion is an area. It's not just a specific point in time. It's an area, and it has a range. So wait for that range to break in one direction or the other, so it'll be obvious to you. Let it be obvious. And then make sure everything makes sense on our 5 and on our 30. Make sure it all makes sense. If it's showing you sideways or mixed signals, then maybe stay out of the trade, right? There's nothing where you don't have to be in every single trade. The 5's right here, so you got to be careful. And this 37.74 is, let's see what they want to do. Now look, if they make a move from here, whichever direction, this is luck. I'm just guessing, right? So we got to use the price, not the actual, because I don't know when these things are going to happen. If it does move from here, this is luck. I'm telling you right now, it's just luck. It's just guessing. $37.50. Let's see, where's $37.50? Okay, yeah, I can see it. And I would just like to point out that this right here is a good reason why we can't trade off the indicators. We have to let a certain thing happen, right? A certain thing needs to happen. We can't trade off the indicators. Look, this probably fooled a lot of people if you're trading off indicators, and then boom, back into the bull cycle. So let it happen. Don't try to get ahead of it. Don't front run it. Let it happen. You shouldn't even be nervous thinking which way is it going to go, up or down. You shouldn't even be nervous about it. If you feel some type of nerve or some type of anxiety right now, you need to calm down, because a certain thing needs to happen. And if it doesn't happen the way it needs to look like, then this ain't our trade. That's all that means. Oh damn, what the hell just happened? There. Okay, I messed this up. So the 50-50 is a range, right? It's a range. It's not at a specific point in time. It's a range. It's a little small area. So we need to clear the little, remember I did this? They're building the liquidity. So it's a little small area. We need to let them build it. It's not a specific, I mean, it could be sometimes where it hits exactly and then, but in general, it's an area. This is what I was explaining. It's not just a, or let me redraw that. It's an area. It's not just a specific point in time. So whenever this area is cleared and retested, then we'll know. I think we're all trying to be too specific in getting in at a certain point to not have to deal with drawdown. You know, you want to get in, and I get it, you want to get in at the best price. I'm telling you right now, we're never going to get 100% of the play. Never. It's not impossible, highly unlikely. So you need to get this out of your mind. This is not how trading works. You're going to get some drawdown. It's going to go against you for a little bit. You'll know you're out when you pass above or below the last high, or above the last high, below the last, whatever it is, whichever direction you're choosing. That's when you'll know you're out. We know there's a no man's land right here, right? You see it. It's right here. I have it right here. No man's land. We don't know. In order for us to feel confident on a trade here, we want to see either a break and retest in here, which would make this make sense, or we want to see at least a rejection underneath the 5. So this is no man's land. And how do we know that? Because we're still inside the liquidity box, right? The indicators aren't going to help you here. You see, look at the indicator. It's not going to help you. Let the price tell you, not the indicator. If you don't get 100%, fine. We're not going to get 100% of the play. Fine. And if you have very low risk appetite, wait for this up here. If we reject back inside this liquidity box here, then you know where your risk is to the upside. Now look, if you took the break of this teal right here, either you protect your trade, you take profit on key level, or you're gonna hold till whenever. But you need to figure out your exit strategy. If you took this teal, right, the break of the lick box and the teal, if you're gonna hold to wait for the pullback, then wait for the pullback. That'll be ideal. Now, if it breaks and shoots off without us, that's something we got to be okay with, right? That's something we got to be okay with. So protect this trade now. If you haven't protected the trade and you have your stop below the last low still, that's not how this works. At least you should be at least at your break even by now. Actually, you should be in profit. Look at the money. There it is. There it is, right? Because the put scenario had to be at minimum underneath the 5. Minimum. The call scenario above this teal, right? Easy money. There you go, Jimmy James. Easy money, right? Easy money, right? Jimmy James said it before. Jimmy James, get out of my head. Jimmy James knows what I'm going to say before I say it. He's been listening too much. Easy money, right? It had to be like that. We can't use the indicators. We can only do... Look, I get lucky sometimes, but we can't use indicators. They don't work. They only tell you after the fact. Do you see how it changes up? It changed up so many times. Don't use the indicators. I'm trying to... We can use them for certain things, but we can't use them to take a trade because they're going to only react till after the price has done a thing. I think I was pretty goddamn cleared this morning because, you know, I had some constructive criticism yesterday about when to go in, yada, 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 when to not. I was very specific, right? Break of this damn, the 5 or this teal. Either one. Either one. Did everyone catch that or no? I was very clear. I couldn't have been any more clear than literally saying, you know, at this point for calls and at this point for puts. Or I think actually this purple would have been better for puts, but I can't be any more clear. I even have a gosh darn highlighted line right here in the teal. Oh, what up, Jones? All right, Jones is here. See that? I need you all to be honest. Was anyone still unsure of what to do? If no one says anything, I'm going to think everyone, you know, everyone understood. What up, Burnell? There we go. Look at the money. There it is. There it is. Look at the money. There we go. Look at the money. Ian, take the break. You was waiting on retest. So Sexy Lamps. I have a specific strategy written out in the Discord on how to play this. Whenever you see this lick box here, whenever you see this drawn here, I have a very specific strategy. So if you're a little confused or if you're not sure on what to do, it's because you're not in the Discord, brother. You need to take a little bit of time and invest in yourself. This was an easy trade. This was easy. You don't have to believe me. Watch. Let me show you. Screen share. Look at the member. Easy money. Easy money. And that's only because, you know, they went in the Discord and they went through the lessons. And I know for a fact he went through the lessons. If you're still unsure, Sexy Lamps, you need to invest in yourself, man. You need to invest in yourself. No one else is going to do it for you. I give very specific instructions on how to play this. Exactly what just happened. Very specific instructions on how to play it. Here, let me show you. Screen share. Let me show you. Go to getting started. It's this lesson right here. Entries and exits right here. See it? Very specific instructions on how to play it. If you're not in the Discord, then you probably won't know how to play it. Very easy, simple instructions. It's literally drawn out, written out in a document that you can always reference or study, whichever one. There we go. There we go. Now look, I don't know, you guys are probably gonna not mad if I didn't come back for retest just now. No. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, ideally we would like to see a retest. That would be ideal. However, it still didn't take away the fact that there's still money to be made on the break and retest, right? You can make this to at least key level. I mean, we don't know that for a fact, but it's all based on probabilities. But what I will say is, if you're in the Discord, it would be much easier. It's going to be hard to trade off of YouTube. I get it. It's not that easy. You know, people make money, but if you really want to maximize your ability, you got to join the Discord and go through the lessons. That's pretty simple. This was a very easy trade. This was not a difficult trade at all. And then, I don't know if anyone noticed, but around whenever this happened, I started to look through all of my charts because I needed to make sure that everything made sense. I need to make sure that everything made sense for what I was about to do. All right, if you're doing legs, you need to start adjusting your stop. If you're doing exit strategy legs, it's probably time to start adjusting your stop. We're probably going to have we got to see what this bear cycle is going to do. If it's going to be a weak bear or a bear. A Care Bear. Okay. Technically, second bite's going to be at 73. We're at, what, 56 right now? So let's see if we can get a second bite of this apple. All right, second bite at the apple right there. You need to protect this trade. You need to protect this trade. I told you, you're not going to be late. You're not going to be late. Whenever you see something like this, you're not going to be late. Let it be obvious. You're not going to be late. We always think we're going to be late because we're trying to find the perfect entry. That's not going to happen. You know, trading off the 1 minute or even sometimes the 5 minute. It's not going to be. It's not going to be like that. You're going to get 100% of the play. That's not going to happen. So look, everything I said would happen has happened. Everything. So if you're, and I even told you when to buy call and when to buy put. So if this isn't enough, there's probably not much more I can do, right? There's not much more I can do. I told you, it's going to be obvious. Whenever this breaks right here, it's going to be obvious. And you're not going to be late. Now, obviously now is, the move's already done because look, we already broke above. But this is good money from 37.74 to, if you would have been Johnny on, and you had many opportunities to get it, to 38.73, or excuse me, 37.70. This is a full point. This is one full point. This is good money. I'm going to step away for one quick second. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. All right, now look, if it wants to head up or down before I need to take a quick break. You see the liquidity building up, right? So it's going to either go above or go below. So let it play out. If you didn't take profit by now, I showed you where the money is, so it's up to you. Give me a second, I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. I need to circulate some blood. All right, hold on. I just got a comment that I want to read off to every. Raul, is it okay if I read your comment? Okay. Where it got me was on the 1007 hitting the 50-50. Candles followed by two closed red candles. I lost on a put. Okay, listen. Let me see. I referenced this. Okay, at 10:07. Wait, we talked about it. Didn't we talk about it? Could have swore we talked about it. 10:07 was here. Okay, look. I'm gonna say it again. Before this happened, I told you that the only on the put side, you got to be careful because we have to deal with the 5. So any puts have to be under the 5. Any calls have to be above this 37.74. We can't, if we're above the 5 and you're buying puts, This is risky. The reason why is because all the liquidity is on the 5. So we need to get some distance from the 5. So this purple would have been probably our best bet. Or at minimum under the 5. And that's why I said whenever you see the 50-50, it's an area. It's not a specific point in time. It's an area. We'll know when that area is cleared. And this one was the 5. We needed to get below the 5. Or we needed to get above, what is this? Break 73, excuse me, 37.74. Yeah, it was my mistake. I just want to share. Oh, okay. Thank you. No. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. So, my question to you is, because I have to ask this question. Was it that I wasn't clear, or were you taking? Were you just running the? Were you just taking the risk? It was a risk you were willing to take, or was it that I wasn't clear? That's what I want to. That's what I want to understand. It may have been before your explanation. Before. Damn, I don't know. I gotta go back in time because wherever this no man's land was, whenever I drew this, is when I gave the explanation. I don't remember to the minute. But here's the lesson. Above or look. We're not looking for puts this close above the 5. We have to be below the 5 minimum. At minimum, we got to be below the 5 for puts. This close to the 5? Because all the liquidity's here. You understand? Like, I think that is the most valuable lesson. If we're at the 5, we have to get some distance from it. Okay, cool. Because all the liquidity's there. So the indicator, everything's going to change at the 5. Everything's going to change. So the bias before the 5 won't matter. It's not going to matter because it's all going to change here. All of it's going to change right here at this level. All right, Sexy Lamps, here's your retest of 37.74. If you didn't collect by now, now's the time, man. now's the time to protect this trade, right? Here's the retest of, hold on, here's the retest of, okay, there you go. All right, Sexy Lamps, there you go. It's not going to get any more clear than this right here. It just, you know, I can't be any better. I just simply can't. Like this right here is precision. This is precision right here. Look at this. Look at the look at the money we're printing. Look at the money we're printing. Amazing. That's funny. That's funny. Hey. I don't know if the Discord members could see it, but someone on YouTube, you know, I told them, hey, look, here's the retest you're looking for, right? And he's like, I did. And then he goes, say it. Look at the money we're printing. That's so funny, man. That's hilarious. Okay, I like that. Oh, jeez. All right. Let me get back to it. I'm literally almost, I have like water in my eyes. That's pretty funny. All right, Raul. At the 5, there's not a lot to do. We need to get some distance from it. there's not a lot to do at the 5. And I think on this purple, again, I think I just got lucky on this purple. Let me clean this up. This is looking like Kung Fu. Yeah, again, I got lucky on this purple here, so this is just luck. I didn't know that this purple was gonna work out like this. It's just luck. But I think we can probably use it. Damn, that's 3 for 3. I think today's gonna be choppy, so be careful, okay? Whenever you see the money, take the money. I think today's gonna be choppy. Man, technically the purple hasn't been validated yet. Hold on, let me clean this up. Technically it hasn't been validated yet, but it looks like it's working. I mean, that looks pretty good. It looks like it's working. So, and the reason why I'm saying this is because if we are just in this purple, look how wide and how much vulnerability there is to either side. So if we're just going to be an ugly grind in a direction, it's probably going to be in this purple. So whenever, you know, this purple is going to break, if it does, we need to pay attention on the break. All right, Discord, let me explain. We're gonna look for, okay, the purple is orange on here. Got it. We're gonna look for maybe a break of this purple right here, or this orange right here. So we want to see some drawdown, maybe retest this, and then break the purple here, right? Some drawdown would be nice. If it just shoots up, it's going to be hard to catch. We want to see some significant, some drawdown, because maybe we're hoping for this. We're hoping for the wedge. Here, let me, we're hoping we see that. And on the put side, under here. On the put side under here, so you're not looking for puts until we get somewhere here. I'll repeat, we're not looking for puts until we get somewhere here. This is no man's land. And for calls, it might be an ugly grind. It might be an ugly grind. We might just form another blue. So if you're going to take the break of this blue, you got to scalp it, right? If you're taking the break of the blue, you're going to go counter trend, so you have to scalp, and you see where the risk is, either on key level at the blick box or on orange. If it gets below the orange, great. Great. If you're doing counter plays, counter trend, right? Because we're facing up right now. So if it decides to break this blue, measure risk to reward from the break of blue to 38.16. If you can get to orange, even better. However, quote unquote safety is probably going to be here. To guess to where? Orange. All right. Because I think. Yeah. Now remember, I told everyone in the world, if we get above 37.74, we have to look the other way. Because at that time, we were looking down, right? We were looking down at that time. And I said, if we get above, and I even highlighted the line. I even made it a special color for everybody to understand. If we get above this, look the other way, meaning to look to the upside. And then look at the money. Look at the money. See, it's a good thing I got distracted because I'm pretty sure I would have stopped out here a long time ago on 38.20, but I got distracted, so. If you're following exit strategy, water level, still above the water, right? Still above the water. You had to survive the pullback. This week cycle kept us above 37.74. It actually retested and rejected off of it. So do you understand what I'm saying is, like, the indicators, they only react after the fact. Right? We had to determine that we needed to see a retest of this level here. The one that I have highlighted. And when do we do this? Way before the indicator was even, we didn't even consider the indicator, right? Because it just had to be. It simply just had to be like that. And the only put scenario we had was below the 5. And I told you, when this breaks, you're not gonna be late. You're not gonna be late. How did I know that? Because, I circled it at the time. Look at all this liquidity that's building up. When they break it, either to the upside or the downside, and the downside had to be below the 5. When they break it, you're not going to be late. Let it be obvious. If this isn't obvious enough, I don't know what is. Like, this is pretty obvious. Does everyone understand what I'm saying? And now it's at the top. So if you're trying to buy calls now, bad idea. You got to wait for a pullback. You got to wait for something to happen. The entry was exactly when I said it, on the break of this 37.74. If you wanted to wait for the retest, and I even said it, wait for the retest. Wait for the retest. And look, in the retest, if you were focusing on the indicator, it would have messed you up. Right? The indicator was saying exactly opposite of what was going to happen. This is why I'm telling you all, stop trading off the indicator. Let the price action determine what's going to happen. We have a much better, this is all a game of probabilities. The probabilities are much higher in our favor if we allow the price action to dictate what we do rather than the indicators. Because let's say you were waiting for the retest, and I said, if you're waiting for the retest, wait for it. You know, if it shoots off without us, oh well, there's nothing we can do about it. Right? But here's the retest. If you waited for it, like Sexy Lamps did, congratulations, then you simply just needed to wait. And here's the thing. If it did retest and you took a call here, your stop loss is very small. Very minimal stop loss. I mean, really, you didn't have to have any stop loss. Really, none at all. But this is how we measure our risk to reward. You know, if this happens, right? It's always an if-then statement. And I promise you, if you rewind the tape, I literally went over if-then. If we break this, then we're waiting for the retest of 37.74. So, you know, there's nothing more I can do. Right? There's nothing more I can do. All right, there you go, Chenko. Take the profit. Don't feel upset. You need this time to learn the way the market works. You need to see it breathe. You need to reference every single time you got out too early. What were the things telling you to not get out too early? If you go through my entries and exits, I promise you, it's going to give you the answers. Or at least it's going to increase your profitability. At minimum, you're going to increase your profitability. The thing that's going to mess you up is the red candles. The red candles, when they come in, instead of following the strategy, you're like, oh, because you've already made a determination. You're like, you know what? I made money. I don't want to risk anymore, or I'm not willing to go through drawdown. If you're making that determination, then you can't be upset about it, right? I know I'm sore at it too. I'm trying to get better, but I think I'm improving. I'm improving. Normally I would have stopped out here, but I got lucky. Normally this right here would have stopped me out, if I'm being honest. But I got distracted. But now that I'm paying attention, now I'm, you know, now that I'm paying attention, now I'm going to start to mess with it, which is, but it's a risk. This is the risk I'm taking, the opportunity risk. So that's on me. And look, I know I drew this one after the fact, so it looks like I'm cooking the books. Originally, what it looked like was like this. What do I do? Originally, it was like this. So something like this, right? But in any event, the retest of 37.74 was the key. That was the key. The retest here. let's see what happens on this purple. It's going to be hard buying at the top. It's going to be hard buying calls at the top. Ideally, we like to see a pullback. If it shoots up without us, it shoots up. Well, actually, look, we're still in blue. We're still in this blue, so there's probably nothing to do while we're in this blue. A rejection of purple while rejecting blue would have been ideal for a scalp on puts. But we're still in this blue. There's nothing to do on the put side, right? And if you want some safety, puts are down here. If you took the break of purple, you got to protect this trade. Let me adjust. I can already feel I'm about to stop myself out. I already know it. I already know it. But I mean, normally I wouldn't even survive this, but I survived. So, if you're looking on the 1 minute, if you're trading off the 1 minute, use guide off this purple here. Now look, we're about to touch top of the purple. So if you see what's happening, right? Now that we're in this channel right here, bottom of purple, top of purple, bottom of purple, top of purple. So if you're not going to survive the drawdown, then figure out your life. All right, let's see, break a purple. It needs 10 more cents to be 30 cents. It needs 10 more cents to make 30 cents. It needs to get to 39.30 for me to be comfortable with the break of purple. We're at 39.24. Still got 2 minutes on the candle. And it doesn't have to be in this candle, obviously, but it'd be ideal for 39.30, 29. We just need 1 more cent. 1 more cent. Come on now. Did it hit it? It might have hit it. Okay, 39.30. Or damn near close to it. It looks like 39.30. All right, 39.30. Hell yeah. All right, so look, break a purple. Here's 30 cents, 39.30. If you didn't take money by now, there's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do. Only you can prevent forest fires. So look, break a purple, 39.30. There's more than that, right? We exceeded that. If you're waiting for this up here, wait for it. We're still in blue. We're still in blue. So when we break blue, maybe a scalp opportunity on the break of blue. Maybe. But you're fighting a trend, right? It would be optimal down here. You don't want to fight the trend. But if you're risky and you want to make a quick buck, you can try the break of blue. This one got me. Okay. This is a good trade. This was a good trade. All right. All right. Good job, Doug. Hell yeah, man. There you go. Little by little. Good job, Doug. There we go. All right, now you guys are starting to get it. Now you guys are starting to get it. It's gonna take time, right? It's gonna take time. We're gonna, well, little by little, we're gonna get there. Watch. Little by little. Don't swing for the fences yet. Just, or ever. You know, just, we gotta be happy with what we do get. That's what I recommend. I need to take a break. My carpal tunnel's firing off. My damn vision is going dark. I need to take a little break. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
Okay, hold on. Let's see what we got here. Let me put this away. I tried to do a counter trend. I tried to do a counter trend scalp. I got in extremely late on 39, and then it stopped me out. So that was a risk I was willing to take. Took the risk, didn't work out. Still green for the day, so we're okay. We're gonna let this play out. So this was 39 was the entry for the counter trend scalp, and yeah, it just you saw what happened. It just went against right here. So I just wanted to show you counter trend scalp. That's what it is. I tried, but you know, wasn't a big loss, so we're okay. We're okay. So had big wins from the morning, so we're good. This purple is holding up very well. This purple right here is holding up very well. If you are on the 5-minute and you took the break at this purple here, we reached the key level. You need to adjust your stops. Here, I'm going to take these away because this was just my personal play. So in the grand scheme of things, nothing's changed, right? You're either waiting for this. We're actually getting to the top of this orange now, so be careful. Or the puts down here somewhere. Quote unquote safety puts somewhere down here. If you took the break of this purple, you need to protect the trade. We'll do that. This one needs, I think it hit 92. I think this one hit 90. Is that close enough to 92? We'll wait a little bit. If we can get to the 92, I'd be happy. $91. All right, 92. There we go. So look, if you waited for this break right here from 39.62 to 92, that's the 30 cents. Now, whatever you need to do with your life, figure it out. If you're waiting for a retest and reject, fine. If you're going to take profit, fine. It's hard to be wrong twice in a row, I'm telling you. Okay, there we go. There we go. We had our initial entry here. And we had one here on purple. And technically we had one here, but I think this is more for probably more for YouTube, but for the Discord, we had it here and we had it here on purple. The put scenario down here, right? See it? This is the put scenario. Had to be down here. All right, let me see. Yeah, the all-time high is at, what is this? I think it happened in pre-market. Yeah, like 40.95-ish. It's the hard part, Nico says. Right? It's the hard part. There we go. There we go. Look, I took my gamble over here. No big deal. I know where the money is. I know where the money is now. No big deal. I took the risk. Easy money. Easy money. There we go. Okay, we had a good day. We had a good day. I mean, technically I had a little tiny loss, but we made up for it, right? We made up for it. We more than made up for it. We did very well. We did very well today. I even have an arrow drawn to the exact level, right? Right? I have an arrow drawn to the exact level. Now there's literally nothing more I can do. There's actually nothing more I can do. This is a good day. We had a very good day. I haven't told you I took a small loss right here because I wanted to do the counter trend, the counter trend put. Didn't work out. No big deal. Look what happened now. We're good. Double up, go the other way. No big deal. It's very hard to be wrong twice in a row. I'm telling you. If you wait for the next thing to happen, it's very hard to be wrong twice in a row. You have to actively work against yourself to be wrong twice in a row. Now, if you're waiting for this pullback, wait for it. Here, this is done. Let me purple's still strong. From this point here, probably this orange. Look for this orange. This purple strong. This damn market's so fake. This market is so fake. But it's working out for us. Working out. Alright, work your exit strategy now. Now work your exit strategy. On the 1 minute, leg's about to close. We're still above the water. You need to figure out what you want to do. You need to figure out if you're going to survive drawdown or not. If you want to take the profit. This is what you need to figure out. I can't do that part. All I can do is tell you exactly where to get in. Second time today, I drew the exact level with an arrow. Actually, the first time was with a teal ranger, and then the second time with an arrow pointing right at it. There you go, Jimmy James. Easy money, right? Easy money. Three figures on the top 3 figures. You working on the 4-figure day? Jimmy James is working on his first 4-figure day. Good job. Good job, man. What up, Stacy? You didn't miss much. We had some pretty good plays. We had some pretty good plays. We had a really good play right here on this teal. A really good play right here on this teal with the absolute perfection. And then we, for the 5-minute chart Discord members, we had another play on the break of this purple. The break of this purple right here was another good play. Me personally, I took a small loss. Where was it? Right here. I took a small loss right here. I tried to do counter trend put, and they stopped me out real quick, and then we found the money. We found where the money really was. So like I always say, it's hard to be wrong twice in a row. Everyone just saw me go through it in real life. But you know, that was a risk I was willing to take. I took a little bit of risk, little gamble there. As long as you don't over leverage, you'll be fine. If you're waiting for this retest, wait for it. Okay, I'm gonna let this settle out. I'm going to circulate some blood. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. I'm still here. I'm just going to be quiet off to the side. And put the mascot away for a little bit. I'm going to clean up this chart just a little bit. Nothing's changed. Still the same setup. Nothing has changed. All right, so if they have a rejection here, we want to look for this. Something like that. Maybe a dance. Oh, you know what? Never mind. Ignore the dance. Just we want it to break. We'll just break. Oh, son of a gun. Ignore the dance. We'll just have a break like this. Like this. And like this. If it wants to head down, it's got to take this path. Dang, that blue's looking juicy, but I'm afraid of this purple. And I already got smacked down from the blue already, so damn, it looks so juicy. Nah, I'm gonna play it cool. I'm gonna keep it green. I'm keeping it green today. Keeping it green. I don't need to risk anything anymore. I did all my risk. I'm here. I'm paying attention. So look how strong this purple is. This purple's strong, okay? On the 1 minute, if we do on the 1 minute, it needs to look like this for puts. Something like this. So you probably wouldn't be interested until we get all the way down here or all the way down here. Until then, you know, there's nothing really to do. We're still in purple. I'm not saying to buy puts now, right? Because I think people misconstrue that. I'm not saying buy puts because I'm thinking this is going to happen. No. What I'm saying is if this happens, then we're going to look for a setup somewhere up here. And if this happens, then we're going to look for a setup somewhere up here. That's what this means. This is a if, then statement. This is not a, this is the play. Because look, we're still in purple. Still in purple. And look, this blue just got, we're about to get right back inside the blue. All right, I'm gonna be quiet. I'm here. Just give me a second. purple holding up right here, right? Remember, if you're looking for puts, it's still going to be counter trend, so you need to scalp it if you are. Get some confirmation, get some confluence before you do anything here. Doug says we're heading up. Right? Maybe to close that cup. Maybe to close that cup. We'll see. But if we need to grab some more liquidity from this orange, this weak bear could take us down here, right? So just be careful. This purple's holding up, right? Okay. 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 A little more. A little more. A little more would be nice. A little bit more. I want another bite at the apple at 40.26. Like 13 cents away. $7 away. Come on. Another bite at the apple would be nice. All right, got our second bite at the apple. Very beautiful. Very beautiful. Very beautiful. There we go. There we go. What I like here is that the rejection on 39.62 was the rejection on our purple. See that? And I was telling you, look, we're still strong in this purple. So, and the put, you know, had to be somewhere down here, minimum. Minimum, we had to do this and this, minimum. Right? So we're still in this purple. Doug, you're gonna. Oh, okay. I see your line. Okay, I got it. I see you. Good job, Doug. Good job. At first, I was like, wait, what? But now I get it. I had to just focus a little bit on it. Here we go. All right, let's here. Let me just screen share. I want to show everybody something. So remember, this has been on here all morning. All morning this has been on here. Like literally all morning this has been on here, right? And here's why we knew that. I'm going to screen share really quick. Screen share. Bam. We're going to go to our trading plan. Let's see. We want to see the micro cup and handle. Now let's look at real life. Micro cup and handle, real life. Micro cup and handle, real life. You see how it grabs liquidity off the 5 before pushing up? Grabs liquidity off the 5 before pushing up. Micro cup and handle, real life. There we go. There we go. Easy money. Easy money. Look, if you're interested in learning how to trade with us, you got to go to the website, livespytrading.com. I'm going to get you sorted. This is not this difficult. This is not difficult. It doesn't mean you're going to win every single trade, but what it does mean, we have a high probability of success. A very high probability of success. Look at the money we just printed. Oh my goodness. Doug, pretty good analysis. However, all we really needed to do was look at the gosh darn trading plan from this morning. Very simple, very simple. Before the market opened. This is before the market opened. Micro cup and handle. This is the only one that fit. This is the only one that fit the criteria. This is what's happening right now. This is what I drew before the market opened. Happening right now, drew before the market opened, right? Very simple. We don't have to confuse. This is not difficult. Look at the money we just printed. Look at the money we just printed. If you took the break of this purple, right? This was, what do you call it? What do you call this? Wave number 1. You survived. Wave number 1. Here we go. Adjust your stops now. Protect your trade. Oh man. If you waited for the break and retest, look. On the retest, I was off 10 cents. 10 cents I was off on the retest. So look, the break, here's the break, the retest, right exactly to 39.62, and then the push off. This has been here all morning. Look at the money we just printed. Look at the money. Good analysis, Doug. It's almost like you it's almost like you knew at 6:11 Pacific Standard Time exactly what was gonna happen. Good job. It's almost like we already knew. Look at the money we're printing right now. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. There we go. I told you. The puts somewhere down here. I said we're still in this purple. This purple's still strong. Look at the perfect rejection. Perfect rejection. Right exactly on purple. This is not an accident, folks. This is not an accident. All right, protect your trade. It might get hectic right here. Oh my goodness, we had a good day. And look, the beautiful part about this is, I mean, we had hours, literally damn near 2.5 hours. Damn near 2.5 hours. You know, this isn't that difficult. Look at the money we just printed. The put scenario on your 5-minute had to be here. It had to be here. This is why I have it highlighted. So what we need to highlight here is It doesn't matter if LST says buy call, buy put, because the price action will tell us exactly what to do. The price action is going to tell us exactly what to do. Look, we went above the water on the break of purple. That's when we went above the water. And on the 1 minute, we've been above the water since, I'd say we firmly got above it on the break of this this teal, right? This teal was our initial entry. So what was that? 37.74. 37.70. Okay, yeah, we'll just leave it right here. And then we're going to go ahead and bam. So on our 5-minute chart, we had 1, 2, 3 opportunities to make money today. Now, granted, I took a little risk somewhere over here. I took a risk on counter puts. Whatever, no big deal. We know where to make the money. Hold on, let me adjust. Okay, we're good. Can't lose from here. Doesn't matter what happens. Doesn't matter what happens now. We can't lose. Very green for the day. Damn, it feels good to be a gangster sometimes. There's only 10 people, not even 10 people watching this. Absolute amazing. I'm never going to get it, but it's fine. It's fine. It's only for a select few. That's all. That means it's exclusive, right? All right, now the cup closed. So we got to look, now we got to watch out for the handle. So if you're not prepared for handle, you might need to take your profit. Or if you're going to hold for the handle, then I recommend just don't let it go against you. Okay, this was a good trade. This was a good trade. Oh man, that was a good one. This was a good one. This is what we wanted right here. I wasn't even really, it didn't even really bug me here because I knew, I had a really tight stop, which I showed everybody on the stream. I showed everybody. Look, I took a little loss here because I took a calculated risk. It was a risk I was willing to take, but it worked out. But it worked out in the long run. It's hard to be wrong twice in a row. Very hard. Now I'm at key level. I took my profit. If it goes up from here, fine. That's I really just wanted to make sure I got all my money back. But we made the money back and then some. We made the money back and then some. We understood we're in this purple. This purple was the key. Man, it better not go up. It better pull back. I'm being a hater now. No, I'm just kidding. I hope it continues, but I took my profit, so I'm good. We're good. We did good things today. We did very good things today. Very good things. Now look, it's not every day that they're all going to be perfect like this, or exact perfect bounces off the exact level. It's not every day going to be like that. So we have to realize there's a range. It's not exactly to a T. I got lucky today. We get lucky. We get lucky sometimes. We're very fortunate today. Very fortunate. Now look, if some reasonable pullback would be to like right here. So this would be reasonable pullbacks. If you're looking for an entry, we got to do this. Yeah. Oh man. Okay. So you're saying that on the 5 minute, the entry was on the bounce off 739.62? Okay. Here, look. On the 5 minute, the entry was on the break of purple. You're trying to be too specific. The entry was on the break of purple, right? Because remember, I mean, I literally said it. Yeah, I said break of purple, right? Break it, and then because I was like, we want to see if this is the wedge here. So if we break the purple, then we can expect to 39.62. However, we want to look for a break, a retest, and a reject of 39.62, which was the break, the retest, the reject. Now you keep mentioning times, Raul. I don't know when these things are going to happen. So you're going to have to, oh, okay, maybe you're just referencing. Okay, you're probably just referencing, but you know, I don't know when these things are going to happen. I'm just telling you what it needs to look like, right? So I drew this way early today. So we wanted to see it break, retest, and reject. So what we see is the break, the retest, and the reject. And we had confluence with the fact that it retested the purple here, staying inside the purple on the 1 minute. This is our confluence. The confluence is we're still above the water. The confluence is we're still above the water. Also, we had a trading plan. No, on the last one at 12. At 12. Oh, this candle here? Well, I mean, I guess it would have been any one of these, right? Technically, it's any one of these because it's the break, the retest of 39.62. And then remember, this is just ideal. It's not always going to be precise like this. This is just the ideal setup. It's hard for me. Like, I think you're trying to nail down exactly, specifically, a time and a date and a place. That's not realistic, right? We were in that range, that little zone. So if it breaks up, okay. If it breaks, and we knew that, I had to, down here was the put scenario. Yeah, so any one of these could have been it, right? Any one of these could have been it. You're saying 12, but why not 11.55? Why not 11.50? They all rejected off 39.62. That's why I don't understand why you're saying exactly 12. They all rejected off of it. Okay, here's the answer. I'm going to tell everybody the answer right now. Look at the money. Look at the money. Damn, look at this money. Look at this money. New all-time highs, folks. Welcome. Welcome. But look, I'm going to tell you the answer right now. Where it got me was on the break of blue. But it's just me not. Okay, remember, the break of blue is only a counter trend scalp. It's a counter trend scalp. You don't want to fight the trend because the entry for puts is not on the break of blue. The entry is on the break of orange. That's why I have it highlighted. Right? I have it highlighted. The break of orange for puts, and I even have a little dipsy doodle. Look at the money. Wow, new all-time highs. Let's see if they're gonna hit 750. Wow. So look, the break of blue wasn't that's the counter trend scalp, maybe, because I specifically said look at the orange. I even have it highlighted, right? The orange is the one that's highlighted, so we needed to build in the blue and break the orange. That never happened. It simply just never happened, right? What ended up happening instead was we build liquidity off the break of purple. All right, Jimmy James. Look at Jimmy James. All right, Cruz. Good job today. Good job. 3 trades. Very beautiful. Jimmy James with the first 4-figure day. Oh my goodness. It's beautiful. Raul, listen, I have it highlighted and I specified very clearly the puts are here. If you're doing any scalps from blue, that's just a scalp. You don't want to fight the trend. Remember? Well, I don't know if you remember, but the reason why I have it highlighted with this is to show you where the puts would be. This needed to happen. It's not the break of blue. It's this. The one that I have highlighted with the 2. Take the money and run. Oh, man. Not a big deal, man. $885. Amazing. Screen share. Look at the money. God damn. Doug, bought for 4, sold for 27,500. I love it. I absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. Look at this. Look at this run. God damn. Bro, the market is not playing with this uptrend. We cannot fight the trend. All right, let this settle out. Let this settle out a bit. Look at this purple. This purple's been goddamn perfect. Now they broke the purple. Now we got to look for some pullback here. We got to let them top off and then wait for the pullback. 42. Probably want to hit 42, right? Nice round number. All right, 42 hit. Let's see what they do. $3K. Jimmy James made his first, almost four. I mean, damn, that's damn near close to four figures. That's four figures if I've ever seen it. Good job, Jimmy James. Oh, Jimmy James is on a roll. Be careful. Doug says, watch out. 42.56. Wait, why'd you say 42.56? Oh, you're saying that the top is going to be 42.56? Well, damn, Doug, it seems like you got information you're not sharing with everybody else. How would you know that? Oh, unless you have like an order flow, you might have an order flow going. Was that level 2? Level 2 indicator. It's in my chart. What? Bro, I don't have no 42.50. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. I got you. I got you. Well, damn, you're paying attention. God damn. Doug is really paying attention. Holy shit. But, you know, 42 is reasonable too, right? If it gets to 42.56, that's literally, I couldn't imagine anything more than luck. That is actually luck. But we had a very good day today. Today was a very good day. And look, I heard the concerns and I'm trying to adjust. I gave very specific criteria. I even highlighted the color. I drew arrows. I drew very specific arrows where to buy calls. I even, look, I had it drawn just like this. I had it drawn exactly where to buy a call. Doug is, no, Doug, I think he's doing both. He for some reason likes to talk on YouTube. Oh, 3K, man, you missed it. We had a really good day. We had a really, oh, man, let the good times roll. What's going on here? Look at this. I mean, look at this uptrend. This is absolutely insane. It's just a straight up, it's straight up. There's no, I wouldn't even consider this really a pullback. It's just straight up. And Doug, if you're paying attention, I think you are. One more thing. I know you're doing your charts on the side, and that's good. but don't give yourself like analysis paralysis, because you're gonna have eventually we're gonna have conflicting information, right? You're gonna have your charts going, I'm gonna have my charts going, and they're gonna conflict. Try to stick to one thing. Try to stick to one thing, because I don't want you to get too much buy call buy put buy call buy put. It doesn't have to be like that. We shouldn't be nervous before a trade. It's either we're gonna take the risk or we're waiting for the play to play out. But being nervous in a trade, we probably gotta cut that out. Oh yeah, we had to take advantage. We had to take it. This was, and you guys know it. It's not every day where every single break and retest happens perfectly. It's not every day like that, you know. We just got today was one of those days, and it stayed in this purple. You know what's crazy? I guessed this purple. That's the crazy part. Rewind the tape. I was like, you know what? I'm literally guessing this purple right now. And look how perfect. I mean, damn. No. Doug, what I'm saying is just to make sure you're not. I just want you to be consistent. That's all. Just be consistent with one thing. That's all I'm saying. If it's working, shit, whatever you're doing is working. Don't change it now. But definitely we got to get rid of those indicators. I think I don't need to beat a dead horse. But we need to get rid of the indicators. Indicators are only going to tell us after the fact. We just keep smashing new all-time highs. And no one in America has any money. No one in America has any money. Where's all this money coming from? All right, watch out up here. They might be doing this. I think all these damn job numbers and it's all got to be fake. What jobs? Who's hiring? They just fired all the tech people. Yeah, man, this is all fake. What jobs? They're saying inflation went down. That's not true. That is not true. How did inflation go down? Where? Where did inflation? Well, then again, I'm in California, so I can't really talk. Inflation did not go down. Okay, I'm going to cut it short today, but I'm going to let it run for a little bit. In like 2 or 3 minutes, I'm going to go start to get ready in the background, but I'm still going to let it run. Watch out, we might be doing this here. Look, buying calls at the top, I don't recommend it. Let me mark out high a day. Let me mark out high a day, new all-time high, yada, yada, yada. All right, Raul, have a good one, bud. Let's go over really quick. I don't think we ever really got a put scenario. We never really got a put scenario. You know, the test on the 5, we tested the 5 MA. That was about it. We never really got a put scenario because we needed to retest and reject the 5. So that never happened. So we broke it, retested it, grabbed liquidity off of it, and just kept going. I told everyone at this teal line right here, at this teal line, look for a break and retest right here. And then again over here on the 5 minute, I had the break and retest at 39.62. 39.62 right here. So on the retest of this, what is this? This purple. I mean, this is, it literally doesn't get any more perfect than this. This is, yeah. So let me ask Jones, was it a little easier today, or was it better today? Was it clear, or was it still like murky? If you'd like to share, I'd love to hear it, because I'm trying to improve in some way, in some meaningful way, that there's like a balance. So I'm trying to improve. I don't think I can, you know, I said above this buy calls, right? I literally said it. So I actually have it highlighted in teal where to buy calls. And then on this one, it was, this one was here all day. This was here literally all day. This was here. I'm waiting for you, Nico. Yeah, it's been a rocket, Stacy. It's just been a rocket straight up. There's been no significant pullback. We had, you know, only on here, right? This break and retest, I think, is the only one. This break and retest right here. Ooh, Nico's been typing for a while, unless his cat's running across this. All right. Nico, that's a good problem to have, brother. That's a good problem to have. You're letting the greed fill your heart. Nico said, I hate the hindsight. Oh, wait. Can I read this? BG says, going up. Nico in the Discord says, I hate the hindsight of after I get out of a trade. I did the key value or the key level today, but I normally let things play through. It's okay. You know what? It's because we're at all-time highs. That's why. That's why. So you're being reasonable. There's nothing wrong with that. Hey, Nico, BG says, what's up? BG has a very interesting avatar. BG 630 has a very interesting. What is that picture? That's a crazy picture. But Nico, you have a fan. You have a fan on YouTube. But you made money today, brother. You can't. You made money. We're just constantly breaking all-time highs. The market's not doing what it normally does. So you have an expectation of yourself it's a high expectation. You should have high expectations of yourself, but give it a little bit of time. It's fine. At all-time highs, when we're hitting new highs and we're expecting a drawdown, this is reasonable expectation you're having. You made money today. I think you did great, and I think you're doing great. I think you're doing absolutely phenomenal. We're sitting here talking about you quitting your job. Don't do that. Wait a little bit. Just give it a little bit of time. Stack up a few months of some bills. I see a lot of wicks on the top. A lot of wicks on the top. That's what I see. But the leg still got some room, so. But this is the time where they like to slap people in the face, right? They want to slap people in the face, grab that liquidity, because everyone's thinking, puts now on 42, because that just makes kind of sense, right? Everyone's thinking puts now, but this is perfect for slap in the face territory. This is the market is ripe for slap you in the face and keep going. But also, we just hit new all-time highs. 42 is a nice round number. So there's two ideas that we're contending with. So you got a 50-50 shot right here. I think we'll know if we get below 40.80. If we get below, probably look for some downside. If we get above 42 on a break and retest, look for some upside. How about we just keep it simple? The pullback might be in after hours. It might be after hours or pre-market. That's when we might see a pullback. If they want to fade to the side here, if they just fade off to the side in between 39.62 and 42, right? If they just fade this way, then it's going to be after hours or pre-market that's going to determine what's going to happen. I tend, personally, this is just me. I'm not saying you have to do it, but I tend to favor pre-market, right? Because in my mind, I think the after hours is like the counter trend, and then pre-market will either show you continuation or do the correction. This is my opinion. This is why I make the plans. I try to do it as close to market open as possible, but pre-market is when we figure out what's going to happen. I think Jones is mad at me. Are you mad at me, Jones? Are we not friends anymore? Did we divorce? Look at everyone guessing. Going up, going down. Going up, going down. We don't need to do that. Why y'all doing this? Why are y'all doing this? If we get below 40.80, then we'll think about puts. If we break and retest 42, we'll think about calls. No, I'm just kidding, BG. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You're allowed to have... I mean, everyone has a bias, right? Everyone has a bias, but this is exactly what the market's thinking. Everyone's thinking buy puts at 42. Everyone's thinking that, especially with this candle right here. Everyone's thinking that. But this is the perfect time to slap you in the face and keep going. But everyone's thinking the same thing you're thinking. You're not wrong for thinking it. But this time, he said... BG says, I just got excited. Sorry, I just got excited. But this time, I do believe it's going down. I mean, sure, that would make sense. But the market always knows what you're thinking. And they always know exactly how to slap you in the face and keep going. So look, and here's how I think about it. Instead of getting involved in here, where there's indecision, wait for this. Or wait for this. In here, there's probably nothing to do. This is just my opinion. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I'm probably not. So if you're a gambler, you're saying we're at 42 on buying puts. If you want to take this, if you want to make this a thing for yourself where you want to day trade on a consistent basis and make money, you're going to allow the setup. And if it breaks up or if it breaks down and you're not involved, you can't be upset with it. Just allow it to happen. Because here's the thing, you got a 50-50 shot, BG. You got a 50-50 shot. Now, do you want to rely on a 50-50 with your money? If every time you went in a trade you had a 50-50 shot, you know, it would be hard to be consistent, right? Because then 50-50, it means you're breaking even. It's better if we allow something to tell us a direction so we have a higher probability. You know, we're not going to get 100% of the money. We're not going to get 100% of the trade. You know, let's say if we buy puts now and it just dumps till kingdom come, then you'll be like, I'm the king of the world. I knew it, right? But you're only confirming, you're reinforcing negative behavior, in my opinion. Not negative behavior, but like a gambler's mentality. You're only enforcing a gambler's mentality. Is it reasonable to think we're going to dump from here? Sure, of course it is. Of course it is. But, you know, if you really want to make this a thing for yourself, let it play out. And if it does go up or down and you miss out on however much, whatever this is from, let's say 41.55 down to 40.80, if you miss out on that, then you miss it. You got to be okay with that. But we need to have the odds in our favor. This is how I view it. I could be wrong, but I'm probably not. Solitaire says, in order to fix all that, all you need to do is put half your portfolio in calls, half in puts, and then boom, boom, boom. You guys are funny. Oh, shit. You guys are funny. I've been trying to think like what makes some people very, not very successful, but more apt to certain trades and some people more apt to other trades. And I think it's because some people like the thrill. Like they just like the thrill of the odds being against you, but you still win. I think some people love that. They love that concept. They love that idea. And usually when those people hit, they hit big. They usually hit big, right? And I think my strategy is a little bit different, right? It's a little more slow paced. You know what? It's a lot more slow paced. It's a lot more slow paced. And we have an idea, we have an understanding that we're not going to get 100% of the trade. All right, we broke 42. We broke to the upside 42. BG, you see what I'm talking about? This is what I'm talking about right here. It's happening right now, right in front of your face. This is what I'm talking about. This is the perfect area to slap you in the face and turn around and keep going. I'm not saying it's going to go forever, but I'm saying this is classic, right? This is what I'm talking about right here. It's happening. That's why it's best to just allow this to at least have some pullback right back to 42. We know where the liquidity is, right? I have it marked out. There you go. I'm glad I talked you out of it. I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but it's not going to happen yet. We'll know when we get down here. We'll know that you're right once we get down here. Until then, there's nothing to do, right? Inside here, there's probably nothing to do. You'll see. You'll learn. One day you'll learn. I'm not saying I'm right all the time, but you know, sometimes I take my own gambles. Like earlier today, I took a gamble on blue. I take my own gamble sometimes. But you know, those are calculated risk. I know what I'm doing. And I'm to the point where I'm not afraid to get back in. I'm not afraid to okay, it's going this. I wait for the next setup, and I'm not afraid to double up to make my money back. But it takes time to get there. It takes time. You see what I'm talking about, BG? Look what's happening. Perfect time to slap you in the face and keep going because everyone's thinking the same thing you're thinking. Everybody. So then when the market makers see all these puts coming in, this is easy to stop everybody out and make exit liquidity out of everybody. This is how it works. This is how it works. Look at Doug. Look at Doug. I knew Doug was. Look at Doug. I was waiting for it. I swear I was waiting for it. I was actually going to say something. Look at Doug. God damn. Doug, I still don't know where you're getting this 42.56. You're saying my charts? My charts don't have 42.56 anywhere. I don't have it anywhere. I don't know where I don't know why you're saying that. $42.32. And Doug, the pick that I sent you in it was 39% on the left and 39% on the right. Now I gotta go look. Okay, I still don't see where it says 4256. It doesn't say it. So I see your uptrend. I see your high. I see 4013. I see 4089. I still don't see 4256. You're making things up. Are you trading off your phone? Are you trading off your phone? Doug, you're a savage. Are you trading off your phone, Doug? You are a savage. Yeah, both of my charts are closer to 44. On my trading plans, they're both closer to 44. Yeah, the bolt up is literally on 44. And the micro cup and handle is closer to 40. Oh. Doug, that's a freehand drawing, man. What the hell? Doug. Doug, you're insane. That's a freehand drawing. That's not... Doug, you're insane, dude. That's a freehand drawing. That's just a... That doesn't mean what... I don't... Listen, I get lucky on that. We need to focus... That's luck, man. That's not a real thing. That's luck. 500%. Wow. Brother, that's luck. You can't try. And it literally hit 42.56. It literally. Brother, that's a freehand drawing. That's luck. I didn't know that was going to happen. He said, I'm out. 500%. Oh my God. Doug. Listen, I get lucky. Don't over leverage, okay? Damn, I'm glad you had a really good day. It hit exactly 42.56. Doug. That's a freehand drawing, man. That's just, that's like, I just woke up 6 in the morning. Doug, you're insane. Brother, that's a freehand drawing. Okay. This guy's crazy. Oh, Dougie Fresh. Oh, man. I get lucky, Doug. I get lucky. Don't. Holy jeez. Wow. Okay, yeah. Don't. That's luck, man. That's crazy. You're absolutely. You're a savage. You're a barbarian. What's wrong with you? It hit exactly 42.56. Man, you're crazy. I can't. I've been sitting here trying to figure out why you're saying it. I finally see it, and I'm like, hold on, man. That's a freehand drawing on. That's just me, pen whipping on or mouse whipping. Oh, jeez. Yeah, all mine went to 44. Like the reasonable ones went to 44. But shit, good on you, man. Good on you. 500%. Wow. Look at this market. Look at this market. BG, you see why I told you? BG, you see why I told you? This is what I told you, brother. Don't. Everyone piled in the puts at the same time. Everybody piled in the puts. Everybody. The reason why this is happening is because they all got stopped out on this candle right here. This candle stopped everybody out. Or, no. This one right here. This one stopped everybody out. Because everyone's stop was at 42. The put scenario had to be down here. It simply had to be. Look, I drew the wedge for everybody. I drew the wedge. I mean, it was a rudimentary wedge, but this was kind of easy. I'm not going to say it was easy, but do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risks. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast and affiliate companies are not liable for any loss and infliction related to its content. Once you understand that, go to livespytrading.com. I'll get you sorted. I will get you sorted. There's no one watching this. That's insane. There's no one. Oh, man. I'm never going to get it. I'm never going to understand. You know what? I don't need to understand. It's not for me to understand. If you took the break of this wedge, you need to protect this trade. If you're waiting for a pullback, wait for it. If you're waiting for this, wait for it. All right, good job, BG. No more trades. Yeah. Call it a day. If you're up, call it a day. Call it a day. BG, you might need to join the Discord, brother. It might be advantageous for you, so you don't have to guess. We don't need to guess. I'm telling you, we don't need to guess. It might be advantageous for you. Take your time, though. No rush. You'll see. You'll figure it out in time. You'll figure it out. If whatever we're doing here hasn't convinced you by now, then it's not for you. Nothing wrong with that. We just keep getting new all-time highs, new all-time highs. Now remember, my charts, my paths stopped. I think one of them was around 43.50 and one of them's at 44 exactly. So I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I think those are pretty reasonable. Today's been, wow, just new all-time highs every 15 minutes. All right, next stop, 43. At least we know one thing for sure. Doug is a barbarian. Very savage man. Very savage, man. Look at the uptrend. It never went below the water. Never went below the water. No, there was no significant pullback. You know, I tried my luck on blue. And I got told what the right... I got told. The answer was purple. The answer was this purple. Whenever I told everyone we're in between orange and purple, that was the answer. This purple was the answer. Or, when, you know, whenever this break... hold on, let me clear this. This break, retest, and reject. This was the answer right here since this morning. Look at the I'm sure your long-term portfolios are very happy. 43, probably the next stop. Who knows? If you took this little wedge right here, you need to protect this trade. Look, we needed to break out of where? This liquidity, right? Very simple. Very simple. You don't need to think too hard. Let me do the thinking. You just sit there and be pretty. Now you know this right here, classic. Slap you in the face, keep going. Very classic. Now, if we were to get down to below 40.80, fine. Then we're going to look for puts. Until then, nope. This was just a little flag. Let me clear this off. Oh wait, wrong thing. Damn, I think everyone had a pretty good day. Jay Gill, where you been? I haven't seen you in a long time, Jay Gill. All right, I'm going to step to the side for a little bit. I'm going to be quiet for a little bit, okay? I'm still here. I'm just going to be quiet. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Okay, I'm back. Let me do some admin really quick, and then I'm gonna have to cut the stream. I'm gonna cut the stream on YouTube, but I'll still be on I'll still be hanging on the Discord for a little bit. Gosh damn, look at this purple. I'm gonna do some admin. I'm gonna borrow this this chart. I guess I can leave that one. All right, look, we got a win-loss channel. Here's what I think how we can benefit from it, okay? Everyone listen up really quick. Let me get back in there. So I think ideally what we could do is when you post your wins or post your loss, whatever it is, let us know what worked and what didn't work, right? So that way we can gather the data together. We're going to gather the data and we're going to see. So for example, let's say Jimmy James took a trade. Jimmy James takes a screenshot of the trade that he made. All right, look, I made this much money. Everyone celebrates. But then we need to get some more, right? Don't leave it there. We need to say, Jimmy James, now, what was the setup that you either waited for or saw, or what made you take the trade? What was your thought process, right? So give us the setup that you were looking for, the break of this, the build in that. If you had some confluence, let us know the confluence that you used, or if it was a candle pattern, whatever it is. But don't just leave it like, here's the win. I mean, you could obviously, that's fine, but I think we can also use it to get data. So we all know whenever we see these setups, these are the winners. These are the A1 setups. Whenever we see these, risky. You understand what I'm saying? So in that win-loss, don't just put, I win. Look how much, look how great I am. Fine, that's fine. We all get it, you're great. But let's get something more out of it. You understand what I'm saying? Let's, even on your losses, say, hey, look, this and this and this was sticking out to me, or I had a bias, or the wick got me, right? It was a fake out. They wicked and it got me. That shit happens. So we have to, and then we need to say, or we need to compare at the end of the week. Look, this is what works. This is what didn't work this week. There's a lot more information we can get, is what I'm trying to say. Put boss. But boss, you think it's possible for you to just create a group chat for us to post our wins and even our losses and then add some notes? Yeah. It's already done. It's already in there. Yeah, it's on the Discord. Oh, if you want to do it on YouTube, you got to join the Discord. Good luck. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, you should be able to add pictures and whatever else you need to add. If not, let me know. So I still gotta work. We're gonna work out the kinks. Let Rhino or myself know. If people are, then I can always share the screen. Because I feel like we're giving too much for free. Oh, okay, I got you, Doug. All right, I got you, Doug. I got you. Yeah. You know what? Sometimes I get distracted. I get distracted and I get hyper focused, man. You guys gotta let me know. Yeah, my bad. I'm gonna try to stay on the 1 minute chart for the majority of the time. So what the plan was to like give away some plays on the 1 minute, and then have the 5 minute be the bread and butter, which it still is, but yeah, you're right. I think you're right. It's just I get so focused, and when the plays are hitting, they're just hitting. But yeah, you're not wrong. But here's another thing, Doug. Ain't nobody watching on YouTube either way. Right? No one's watching on YouTube. All right, let me post these wins really quick. But look, the win-loss channel's in there. Post your wins, post your losses, what made it work or what went against you, or how did it go against you. And sometimes it's going to be like LST made a bad call, and that could be it too. That could be it too. Say it. Don't be afraid to say it. I got you, Doug. So yeah, even in the losses, be honest. If LST made a bad call, yo, this guy sucks. Just say that, whatever it is. All right, let me finish with the wins for the day. I'll be right back. Okay, let's see. Yeah, Doug, ain't nobody watching. You're worried? Ain't nobody watching this. But to like the maybe 2 or 3 of you that are watching, if you're interested in learning how to trade with us here, let's go over it really quick. Let's go over. Let me share the screen. Screen share. Oh wait, wrong thing. Here we go. In our trading plans, let's see. We wanted to see the micro cup and handle. This is one of the plans. This happened to perfection. So, trading plan. Oh wait, trading plan. Actual real life. Trading plan. Real life. All right, cool. So, and then in our trade chat, you can see all the wins. We post wins every day. We post the wins every day. Wins. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to the website, LiveSpy Trading at, what am I talking about? LiveSpyTrading.com. LiveSpyTrading.com. I'll get you sorted. Gosh, dang. All right, I think we're going to call it for today. I'm going to still be hanging out in Discord. I'm going to be off to the side, silent though, okay? I'm going to check in every now and again. And then I'm going to probably call a little bit early. So, YouTube, it's been a pleasure. Have a good day. Goodbye.